I much prefer just kind of playing when I feel like it. I mean, I do have an editor. It's not really the issue. What's up, Kemi? Yeah, Lion King was fun. Lion King was actually really fun. I mean, it was frustrating, but it was fun. Hard to balance, yeah. Can't help but be disappointed in Night Rain because it could be so much better with the few changes. Yeah, I mean, I still think Night Rain is a lot of fun, as it is. Like, I don't know. I still really enjoy Night Rain, but it has the potential to be so much better. It really does, and I mean, at least they're, like, continuing to add updates and everything. But I do feel like it really has potential to be a lot better. I just... Wait, are we doing a fucking Evergaol? Oh god. Oh dear god, guys. This is... We're not actually doing this, right? I guess we are. I mean, they have... Guys, this is fucking psychopathic, bro. Come on. Why are we doing this? This is so bad. Well, like, we can't. We're not doing this. To be fair, getting that church starting spawn is kind of annoying, but I wonder if there were some, like, pleb enemies I could have killed along the way. Oh, goodness. I mean, to be fair, like, level one Evergaol is doable if you get something chill, but... I still don't think doing level 2 Evergaol or level 1 Evergaol is a good idea. In general. Really don't have enough to level. We going back for the Evergaol? Alright, fuck it, let's do it. I mean, this will be more doable. At least I have Black Flame and double incantation up now. Oh, that was a good ult. I wish I had... I should really put the damage up on my ult. Wait, I should use the Cestus. It has bleed on it. Oh, the fucking belly blast. I even rolled, dude. Thanks, gents. Oh shit, he's actually rolling. Alright. You know what, it's okay. Wow, level 6. I do wish the rewards from the legendary Evergaol were like a bit better. Oh shit, I fucked up. There's seals here. Sorry, team. I'm coming. Probably give the improved jump attacks to Wilder. I'm coming, guys. A lot of affinity damage negation. You know, I just realized that... Oh wait, we do have Noclateo. That's good. Oh, we can get the Sorcerer's Rise as well. Sorry, team. They might be mad at me. I don't know if they have a stone sword key. I probably should have opened it first. Alright, I'm coming, guys. Yeah, I should have opened it first. That was my bad. What's up, Echo? Loot the Rise. Dude, the Rise loot is normally just stabs. Like, I really just want the Starlight Shards. We could go do this Everjail. Maybe I can kill it myself. Fuck him up, buddy. No way. Should have done the boss with them. They should have came my way because we could have killed all three. But it's fine. Whatever. Where's the moose loot? I mean, it's fine. I decided to go the other way. If I don't know. I was close to killing it, but like we were already in the mine. The Everjail was definitely the better play, and I pinged it, but I pinged it too late, and they were already going the other way, so. It's fine. Our teammate's probably gonna grab the key down there, I assume. I'm feeling kind of useless right now. Oh, this guy has a fucking grafted greatsword. Dragonfire. It's gonna use all my fucking mana though. Actually, wait, no, Dragonfire? What the fuck am I doing? Yeah, I don't have anything. Huge ult. What's up, Maxi? Yeah. You think he's still damaged? Oh, his health fucking reset. Whenever they're gonna kill it super fast anyways. Oh, the moose loot. Yeah, well, too late. I'm cooked. Dude, I don't have any good spells at all. It's terrible. Honestly, with this guy having the grafted sword, we need to just try to kill as many enemies as we can. We shouldn't have even been doing the Everjail, truthfully. My progressive banner doesn't work? What do you mean? Like, we need to go to Noclateo. We need to go to Noclateo, dude. I don't know where our Wilder's going. I think he's just killing enemies. Go to the city and kill little ghosts. Yeah. I mean, maybe we get the Beastly Brigade. What a pointless ult. Whatever, I get it from killing enemies anyways. Fucking DTS. We want to kill... dude, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. What are these ults? Dude, the thing is, I don't have increased damage for allies with my ult, sadly, so... Yeah, that was a terrible ult, I'll admit. I mean, we need to go to Noclateo, dude. Okay, Wilder's just killing... He's just killing enemies, which I respect. He does have grafted greatsword after all. Honestly, we should have went city date. We should have ran straight to the city and just duped. And we all should have gotten the grafted greatsword. That's what we should have done. Oh, we can get him a bunch of kills if we trigger this dragon. You can't dupe a duped weapon. But you can always just give the base weapon though. I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah, I don't know if that checks out. I don't know if we're gonna have enough time for this, but we'll try. Wilder should be able to carry us, though, if he gets enough buffs. I mean, he did get it early, and he's just farming enemies, so... I mean, the circle's closing. We should be okay. Okay, that's good. Where the fuck did the other weapon go? What the... We really should try to get Estelle, though. Gotta get this Estelle quick. Can you bleed him? Good work. Wow, they're doing so much damage. Nice. We have time for the side route? Buddy, you could give us one of those. Maybe he'll drop it. He might want a power stance though. Which, I mean, that's kind of fair, I guess, but whatever. He should be able... Surely this guy should be able to carry with high... I mean, he got it. He got this shit early. Not even killing Dragonkin. I mean, we didn't really have... well, we might have had enough time, especially with how much damage Wilder does, but whatever, we're level 15. Is 2,300 health. He saw you dupe the whip? Yeah, but I mean, I didn't want us to die there. Well, I didn't want to die there. I was just trying to get my fucking whip and get out. Yeah, the ults are affected by it as well. Alright, well, we got 8 flasks. I mean, that's fucking good. I don't know though, guys. Madness does percentage-based damage. Like Wilder, I don't know. He really should have given one. He should have given one of us the fucking. Oh, I should give the grace to Wilder, you're right. Wait, I wanted to buy warming stones. Oh shit. Come on, Wilder, don't you... The fuck, bro? I'm giving it. Whatever, dude. Whatever.
Me. It's.
Leave it to yourself. Yeah, but Wilder has the. He's got the like he's the tankiest. Well, I'm dead. I'm not doing so hot. I am not doing so hot here, gentlemen. I have no damage negation at all. Oh. Why is he on me, dude? What the fuck do I do, dude? So bad, I'm doing literally nothing. Oh, that's a bad idea. I'm dead. Fuck. We still have Noclateo res. I think they got this. I like Usos. I was actually doing pretty good damage with the Black Flame there. I was kind of useless at the start, but the Black Flame was actually doing... I mean, I do have like plus 50% incantation damage, so... Yeah, it's really bad for the summons. Am I the only player who went down this fight? Yes, actually. To be fair, I'm made of fucking paper, though. Our Wilder has like 3,000 health. GG, gentlemen. If Wilder didn't get the grafteds, I don't know if it would have went so good. I mean, those guys were playing well, though. I mean, I kind of got carried there. I was doing like okay damage, but okay. I really want to get. Also, what's up, Lobos? I really want to get. I should have sold stuff. I want to get the damage up. I don't have the relics for what I want. I want the strengthens family and allies. But all of my relics are shit. I don't think I have... Well, this one's okay, I guess. But skill cooldown reduction is kind of pointless. I mean, I guess there's this one, the Starlight Shards. I feel like starting with Starlight Shards is kind of pointless, though. Yeah, I just don't have anything good, really. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot to Gamba. The Gambaing is just like depressing though, because I mean, I was like save scumming Lobos. I probably spent like 10 million merc, and I think I got like 5 good relics. It's quicker now because the UI. Yeah, that's true. How do you save scum? You just back up your save. Do it with the sigils. I don't have that many sigils. I mean, it's okay, but... Yeah, the new relics are going to be super cool. They're only for that mode. Yeah, that's probably true. Rain of Arrows. Wow. Yeah, Lex. I mean, it makes sense why it's not for the other mode. I don't know. Gambling is just depressing. Doing PoE 2 today? Yes, sir. Are you? Do you have a sponsor as well? You're gonna play before? Well, it releases at 3 o'clock, right? Oh, you're saying you're gonna start at 3? Or you were just gonna play like the previous patch? Probably, gotcha. I know you can do like co-op in PoE 2. Could be fun. A bunch of garbage. At least you can sell stuff while you do it. That is quite nice. I mean, that's actually not... I don't know, I'll keep it. It's okay, I guess. Wow. Nice Gamba. Not even one 3-slot relic, dude. The Gamba in this game it's just depressing. You only look at the large ones. Yeah, that's fair. $750,000. Chilling Mist. I don't think that's that good. Maybe I'll keep it though. Yeah, you can have some good 2-slot relics. But if you're going for like, you know, going for the BIS. Yeah, there can be good 2-slot relics. Started saving 6 out of 10s. Yeah. And that could have been good if it was like a third. That could be decent for Guardian. If it had not Holy Attack. Well, I mean, I guess it could still be good if you're going against like a Holy boss. Hey, Alvarito, thank you for the 55 months. Alright, chat, I kind of want to just go back to playing the game. But what if we get something good, though? Perfuming arts. Wow. I mean, honestly, like if they add perfume, you know what? That one could have been good if they added perfume bottles in the DLC. Seppuku. Can you seppuku with claws? I don't think you can, right? Isn't it only... Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to keep that. Yeah, no, I don't think you can. Some of the affixes are so bad, I know. Selling some alternative bis. I don't know about that. I don't think any of these have been that good. I mean, I guess that's... I don't know. I don't think that Duchess effect is all that great, but... That's okay for Wilder, I guess. Alright, whatever, dude. Let's just... I've had enough Gamba. I want to... I feel like... Okay, I want strengthens family and allies. And I also want... I want the effect where killing enemies gives you ult charge. How do I clear the filter? Oh, I thought that's what I pressed. I don't even know what that is, though. Yeah, I had a lot of fun playing BF6. I don't know. This effect chat, defeating enemies, feels more the art gauge. Like when you're clearing, when you're killing enemies, it actually. Yeah, the heals allies one is, I don't know. It's like, I like the Ghost Flame Explosion though. I mean, I guess I could use this one instead. I don't really like the items confer effect to allies because most of the time you don't actually make use of it and it just makes your items like slower to use. We already have items confer effects though. They already can't die, why heal them? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know of any good relics with defeating enemies. I don't know. I bet I had some good ones, but I like threw them away. The bonus is powerful. Yeah, but I mean, if you're not, I don't know. Even if you're in a group like on Discord, I really don't think you can even make use of it that well. With how like chaotic the fights can be sometimes. Is there a password? I'm just playing with random people. Alright. Is Lobo streaming right now? Well, I guess he wasn't streaming when he was here earlier, but... wonder if he's gonna do some Night Rain. I don't have a Shifting Earth active. I gotta say, I feel like Noclateo is just the best. Alright, we have every single skin now, chat. The new mode won't have a Shifting Earth. Oh, maybe. That would definitely... I mean, Shifting Earth is really strong. You won't be able to choose, they'll be random. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no, you can't get Evergel and Night Invader on the same relic, but I mean, you can have it on separate relics. If there was a way to guarantee Night Invaders, then it would be just as good as, like, the Evergel, but they're so random. I think invasions only spawn on, like, certain expeditions, right? I'm not even sure if you can get invasions on every single one. The Night Invasions are when a camp has like a cloud over it, and it has like a circle on the map. But they're pretty rare. If there was a way to get them reliably, then... I'm surprised they haven't put the Night Invader stuff on any of... I don't know, dude, some of the fucking Everdark relics are so bad. Like, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking, honestly. Hello, Banjo. Oh gosh, here we go again. Alright, well hopefully the Evergel isn't bad, I guess. Not again. Okay, guys. No, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Save me! Dude, the rain does... This spawn is so ass, dude. I'm not getting my souls back. It's only like 1,200 anyways. Doesn't really matter. Pray for grafted again. Dude, this start is kind of rough. I had a feeling this might happen. I assume one of them got the key. Black flame again. This is not great, but, you know, whatever. Making it happen. Same exact seed, dude. Probably shouldn't have went this way, but... Does everyone have the Evergaol relic? Oh no, this guy doesn't have a key. Well, I think we got a key from the castle, most likely. Oh, the circle is slightly different this time. Will I play RE9 once it's out? Of course. I have a key, yeah. Let's do posture damage. Actually, no, we can't. Attack power. We could do it, I guess. Actually, I don't have a key. Oh god, I don't. Maybe we didn't get a key. I don't have a key. Oh god, I don't know if I should have pinged this. I mean, we should have one from the castle, but I don't. I hope I'm not griefing right now. Job, gentlemen. I don't really know where to go. I'm gonna go open. Wait. Actually, no. I don't have the rise anymore. Not really sure where I'm going. Could try to grab this church, I guess. I don't know if we have the time, but... Grab seals from the cathedral. Not a bad idea. Oh, we don't have time. The AoE on that is terrible. I guess I'll go to this cathedral. This was a little risky. Holy damage negation is good. I believe that's what Libra does. Getting kind of cooked by the storm here. Holy stone sword seals. Jeez. Do we not want to do Loretta? I mean, I guess we can do her... I don't know. If we're going straight to the castle instantly... You can actually land on top of the building with the bird. I've done it before, but... not tricky. Plus 40 item discovery. Oh, he went to kill the Stell. Crazy how many buffs you get. Tried 6-player Night Rain lobbies. Oh yeah, I heard you can do more with it's seamless co-op now or something, right? Why am I attacking a fucking spirit, dude? Oh, that's good. Nice. I always go the long way. I don't really know if I want the red braid. I mean, I could... Honestly, maybe... I could take that blasphemous blade. I don't think I want that. Why Scythe? Well, it has Wraiths while walking, which is like a pretty good buff, but I don't know if it's like... I don't know. The thing is, successive hits doesn't work for, like, magic. I think. Alright, well, that's double incantation buff, so that's good. Power stance. Honestly, I think this is a pretty good... pretty decent build we got. Ooh, damage negation at full health. Maybe I'll take that instead of the Wraith. I mean, Wraiths is good, but I kind of want survivability. We have less likely to be targeted, which is... Go do Loretta. Yeah, where he's going. Fire the cannon. I mean, the thing is, somebody already dropped successive attacks, negate damage. Holy shit. Charged incantations. Oh. Alright. These drops are insane. Yeah. Oh, we have 40% improved incantation. I do wish I had... They're killing the dragon. I'm gonna kill the hippo. Alright, I probably should have came with the team. I don't know if they were able to kill the dragon in time or not. We have 3 improved. Go get the flask. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I mean, 5. Well, we'll have 6 flasks. I could get it after, but I don't want to. I want people to be waiting on me. I don't know, there isn't really anything I need. We kind of wish we had a bit more flasks, but... do we want to grab it or no? I guess we're gonna do it. Guaranteed rain death? Oh, is it? Well, I mean, we can get our level back anyways, but... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like our build is really good, but At the same time, you do go through blasts really quickly on this fight. Yeah, it's just kind of a waste of time. It's not a waste of time per se, but... Honestly, I think I could have grabbed this while the circle was like closing in before. Bear. Thanks for the save, buddy. I just want to show him that I have a million. Well, sometimes people give me Starlight Shards and I don't want them to think that I'm like, I don't want them. It's just, I have too many. Alright, guys. I mean, our damage should be really good. We have insane buffs this run. But we can still die is the thing. We do have Noclateo though, and maybe one of them has a Wending Grace.
It's the time to run.
You fucker. Legionate's right here. Fuck it. Damn. Dude, our damage was insane there. That was a crazy run. Dude, Noclateo is just so OP. Like, look at the map here. It's just like legendary, purple, purple, legendary, legendary. I mean, well, this is where I duped it, but still. You didn't want a Malekith spam? Why would I do that, though? I mean, I had 40%, well, 55% improved damage. And I had like 3 sorcerer, incantation buffs. I was doing so much damage. The Blackblade wouldn't have done like anything. It's not an incantation, so. I mean, the only reason to do Noclateo day 1 is to get like Morais or the Grafted Greatsword at the start. You can do Noclateo day 1 because you can kill the Estelle with like, I think there's guaranteed pots that you can get to kill the Estelle, and he drops 20k. Or maybe there's, yeah, I guess there's 2 Estelles. So you can do it day 1. 30k. Maybe that's in solo. Because of the buff. Honestly, I think them buffing solo was still, like, unnecessary. I feel like solo is, like, too easy. Yeah, honestly, just doing Noclateo day 2 is better, because then you can actually kill everything there. Alright, should we do a different class, chat? Yeah, apparently there's like a mod. People made a mod to play the Deep of Night already. I don't know. Apparently it's like unfinished though. It's just the first day. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna wait for it to release. Could do Duchess. I don't play Duchess that often. I don't really have any good relics for her. Although I feel like you don't really need good relics for her. Yeah, I really like the defeating enemies fills more the gauge. I feel like it's really good. Attack up on kill while ulted. Yeah, but it doesn't stack, does it? It does? Really? Well, if you had defeating enemies fills more the gauge, and then you had that effect, I guess it could be pretty decent. Oh god, do we have a guardian? Row. Well, it was a good run, chat. Maybe we'll get the Frenzy Tower. I mean, hey, if he gets like Vike's War Spear, he could be okay. Oh shit, look at that. Speak of the devil. Everyone played this seed? Yeah, well, there's only 5 seeds you can get, so. Yeah, I mean, Guardian is pretty bad. I also like him, though. Alright, let's see. Do these guys have... Okay, we have no Stone Sword keys, which that's fine. I'm not... Fine. It's always like to check so I know where we should be going. Come on, Mark, Brock. Honestly, more runes, probably pointless. Oh. Where you going, Birdman? We should have just taken the Spirit Springs instead of going this way. Question is, what do I use? Do I use bikes or do I use the seal? Rivers? Yeah, but I don't. Where? Why is Guardian going to the magic tower? What the fuck is going on? For me? Not just for magic? I shall assist the Duchess in acquiring a staff. What a nice guy. I don't know, man. I'm stun locked right now by this loot. Hey Brown, thank you for the 10 months. Yeah, I could have dropped ranged attacks for the guy. That's true. I don't know, man. This claw does the amount of damage. Oh yeah, rock throw is super good. I feel like it's so rare though. Like never see it. I want max health, but my max health isn't that much. I think that other effect is definitely more valuable. It's a shame we don't have a key. Kinda awkward. I don't even know what we can do at this point. I guess we'll just go do the camp, I don't know. No, Evergel's still really good. Wait, is this the Misbegotten? Oh yeah. Damn, look at Guardian, he's fucking going in! Let's go, Guardian! I could give him guard counters, but I don't really think he's doing guard counters. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you're not, like, you can get Marais or Grafted Greatsword early, but it's not like it's guaranteed. trying to get a bleed proc, man. Can I not bleed them? Oh wait, I'm attacking with the wrong dagger. Alright. Well, this has been an okay day one. And I wish we had some frickin' stone sword keys, dude. Gradual restoration is actually pretty good on characters with like big health pools, in my opinion. Good on like Guardian and Raider. I don't know if we should do this fight, but I'm already regretting our choices right now. Also, I'm not using restage because I'm just stun locked. I'm dead. I don't know if he's fucking guard countering, but... You guys think we have any chance, chat? I'm not feeling too good about this one. I have Flame of Frenzy, yeah, but it's not going to do nearly as much damage as before. Oh god, no. No, no, no. No, we're not doing another dragon. We don't have enough time for another dragon, we just don't. It's just like I just already know clearing Noclateo is not going to be that fast. Please do not, guys. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. The fucking dragon's not worth it, guys. Dude, I don't. Come on, guys, don't do it, please. I don't know. Like, I want to stick with the team, but I want to give us the best chance of winning, and I just don't. I don't think the dragon is a good idea. We don't have to rush Estelle. The circle's closing. It's okay. Well, madness spells do fire damage. It's because it's all I've got in Arashi. I mean, also, Flame of Frenzy is a good spell. I kind of wanted to grab the resistances, but yeah, no, I think Alright, we gotta go. We gotta go do Estelle. There's no point in killing that guy because you're gonna just run back out anyways. A lot of people kill him right away though. I don't know what to use here. Trying to go for a stagger. Well, Estelle is like super resistant to magic is the problem. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this one, fellas. I'm slightly concerned. And we have Flame of Frenzy, which is really good. God, why am I not restaging? What am I doing? I don't play Duchess that often. Guardian is interested in that weapon I dropped. He's staring at it. He's thinking about it. I don't know why. I don't know why I even bother with the golden Foulfoots. I feel like they're kind of. They're actually nerfed in this game. They're only 10%. which is weird because I feel like most of the consumables in this game have been buffed, but then those are nerfed. That is trash. Clearing the moon debuff? What I am? Dodging it is so weird. I'm just trying to go for a stagger. Oh, there we go. Alright, well, 7 flasks. What was it? Was there one less church this run? Because we had 8 heals the last run. Wait. Oh, I was like, why is Iron Eye in Nakla? Buy shards from the merchant. I think I have enough, or it doesn't really matter. Do I want this? I don't think it's the... If it was the Sacred Relic Sword, now that would be Pog. Removes madness? What removes madness? I don't know what to drop, though. Did I just get rid of his physic? Do I really want this, chat? Honestly, I don't think I want this. What is our teammate doing, dude? Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, chat, my highest DPS is 100% Flame of Frenzy. Nothing else is even close. All right, let's go. Actually have a lot of health as Duchess. 1400. Not bad. A lot of damage negation too. No resistances.
The time is ripe.
I think I did that too late. Dude, I'm so tanky actually. No way, dude. Nice. Alright, Guardian maybe can get me. I need to do damage to Libra. No, oh, that was greedy. I shouldn't have charged. Oh well, knock the tail buff. Here we go. Dude, I wish I should have had more Starlight Shards, dude. I fucked it all up. That actually hit me. Dude, I don't have mana. It's fucked. I feel like I could have done this if I had mana, but I just don't. Fucking cook, chat. Fighting. No way. I mean, maybe I can get my ult. I mean, the Condemned are off fighting each other. I'm sorry, team. I don't know. No. Oh, I had infinite flask? Oh, I didn't realize. It was too chaotic. Dude, if I thought I would have had enough Starlight Shards, but I think casting the moons was kind of grief. I thought I had enough, but I didn't. I just couldn't do much. Yeah, I didn't really have a good melee weapon. It was a good try. It was a good try. I don't know. Iron Eye was surviving better than the Guardian, so I figured rezzing him was a better idea. I mean, I was doing damage to Libra and rezzing him at the same time, so... It was a good try. I wasted a bit too many flasks early on. Oh man. If only I had mana for Flame of Frenzy, it would have been fine. He got up into 2 sprinklers and 2 explosions. Yeah. He probably could have dashed out. You do get like iframes after you get rezzed for a little bit, but yeah, that was chaotic. Honestly, the only reason I even got close was because he like incited a riot and all of them were just like off fighting each other for some reason. Oh, you know what? I bet it's because I had the less likely to be targeted. That effect is actually really good, I think. Means your teammates get more aggro, yeah. Yeah, we beat 2 runs. We almost finished the last one. Honestly, I could have carried it, but I kind of fucked up and ran out of mana. Like I think 100% we would have had that if I had more mana. Yeah, I normally check the relics just when I'm like... what? Okay, the Duchess has the Everchill. You grabbed it, right? I know, he pinged the Stone Sword key, but surely he picked it up. Unless he's... Maybe he's starting... I don't know why they made it so you can't see their inventory. Like, there's space for it. Oh, wait, they're killing the... Oh, that's... That's really awkward. Sorry, gentlemen. I really fucked up. Yeah, we could have had level 3. My bad, fellas. It's fine, though. Not a big deal. Going for the mine? Sure, I'll stick with the team. Oh, they're taking the bird. Okay, well, I'm gonna snag an extra key. Gonna be a little behind, but I feel like it's probably a good idea. I don't know. Please don't fucking destroy me. I take that shield. I was just picking something, man. But I don't know what I want. These are all so good. Fuck. I don't know. Maybe I actually have no idea what I should have chosen there. See it. Man, I don't have like any good gear at all right now. Well, I mean, Shattering Crystal is good. Our Revenant is off on an adventure. What the? Oh, we hit him out of the air? That was sick. Oh god, it's a Deathrite bird. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. Well, we could try. Revenant's got the key. Oh, nice landing. You just have to press right on the D-pad, and you can see what relics people have. Yeah, that's a good idea. Honestly, I feel like most of the people that are still playing Night Rain are like pretty good at it now. Honestly, I think if you queue for Everdark Libra without a Shifting Earth, that's probably when you get players who aren't as experienced. If I had to guess. I'm gonna go to the blood runes, I guess. I really don't have anything good right now, though. That was a damage negation at full HP thing. Oh, it's kind of this. It's kind of laggy. What is Revenant doing? Double healing. Like negative fucking DPS here. Yeah, I'm gonna get the soul proc a lot at least. I'm doing so little right now. they add new enemies. I don't know if there's new enemies, but like the enemies are buffed up. I'm not sure. You know, if the difficulty increase will just be like health, and are they just gonna be tankier and do more damage? Or are they actually gonna have like new moves or how that's gonna work? It's funny, everybody always climbs. Oh, never mind. A lot of the time I climb up that wall only to realize I don't need to. I'm pretty sure our Revenant should have an extra Stone Sword key. But I don't know. He's not pinging it. That's why I wish I could, like, check inventory. Oh, I fucked up. Hopefully we'll get some good stuff in Noclateo. Yeah, it's crazy we're already level 13. Alright, I guess. I guess he doesn't have a key, or maybe he doesn't realize, I don't know. He doesn't have the Evergaol relic, so... Might as well clear this camp. Look at that. And charging condition. I'm gonna have to dupe this for Revenant. Feel sad. Oh, don't feel sad. Be happy. Oh, he actually landed straight in there. That was nice. I don't know if it's possible to like jump over that railing and still make it. I guess maybe if you grab the ledge or like do a double jump. Honestly, dude, doing this fight without Nahoteo really is like hard mode. The circles, we're killing stuff so fast. It's actually ridiculous. Well, Roxanne should be good here. Doing a lot of posture damage at least. Actually using a foul foot, chat. I did it. Okay, spell casting speed. Okay, yeah, you got a grafted greatsword? Oh, that's good, but I mean, it's towards the end of the game. I think Flame... I don't know. I still think it's better for me to dupe this Frenzied Flame Seal. Like, we need damage. I don't know. Unless she already has... Oh, we should kill the... I mean, we have more than enough time. Less likely to be targeted. Man, this run has been like kind of crazy. I'm just killing enemies. Maybe I shouldn't just face tank. Holy shit. They're probably not the best enemies to try and fight. Oh shit. Are they okay? Demi-humans near Loretta? Okay. We don't want to stay out for too long, though. Revenant, you gotta be careful, girl. Oh, she has her ult on. Nice. Anything else I need? Scythe is good. I mean, guys, I have Frenzied Flame Seal. It's just like, if you get this, why would you use anything else? Alright, I have more Starlight Shards this time. I'm not running out. She has 1300 health. I think she forgot to keep it out. Well, maybe not. That's pretty good. I mean, Revenant does have a lower base health pool, so I think she still has more than I do.
The time is ripe.
Holy shit. That is insane. That was... that was the most ridiculous Libra I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, we had grafted swords, so. That stagger as he was like starting his special ability or whatever, but Jesus, man. Frenzy Flame dupe would have been better. I mean, I think that was like the best. Like dupe one Frenzy Flame. I mean, Duchess could, yeah, I mean, Duchess could have used a third one, I suppose. But he was doing bleed procs, I think. Or maybe he was just using Star Scourge Greatsword, I don't know, but that was insane. What's the best Shifting Earth? It's Noclateo, like, and it's not even close. Yeah, that was insane. Well, you can force the Shifting Earth now with the Everdark bosses. Yeah, Noclateo's yeah, you get a million drops, and on top of that, you get a free res. Like, if we didn't get the Frenzy Flame drop, that fight would have been... I mean, it would have been completely different. It would be a bit longer. It would be... The Frenzy Flame is just insane for that fight. I've gotten it 3 runs in a row now. Yeah, I hope the Deep of Night actually ends up being pretty challenging. I still think Everdark Libra is like one of the hardest fights, but it's, I mean, it's kind of RNG. Like if you get Madness, gear, it's like a whole different story. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. Oh, alright, I'm back. Yeah, Everdark Libra is kind of bullshit, but I don't know. It's still nice just having a challenging fight. I wonder when we're gonna get the DLC for Night Rain. Having some new classes will be really cool. When do we get the Tarnished Edition? I don't know. Did I read about the leaked Night Bears? No. We could do Executor. I honestly haven't done Executor in a while. I don't know if I have... Executor and Duchess are like my least played. I played Executor a decent bit, like when the game came out, but... then I kind of stopped. Not really sure. What a good relic would be. Press triangle. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. I have none. They are all shit. I mean, honestly, this relic I have is decent. Not bad. I don't know why I have so many of these relics are just shit. I don't know why I even still have them. Yeah, none of these are really any good. Yeah, the heal on roar is good. Man, I want to summon Noclateo again, but at the same time, I don't know, it gets a little repetitive. Mountaintop? Fuck that. Hey. What is it? Oh. Okay. Lark says buying plushies. Hey, the shooter, thank you for the 16 months, man. You know. Blood Flame Blade and Flame grant me strength. That's actually kind of crazy combo. Well, kind of. I don't know. Maybe I should give it to the Duchess. Or actually, should I give that to the Iron Eye, the Blood Flame Blade? Gonna make sure we get enough for level 3. He doesn't want it. figured Iron Eye would want that. I don't know, I guess we can go to this boss. Oopsie. Duchess is just spamming her fucking... Spamming the calling bell. I had more money, but... Holy fucking, what the? Got like, I have 4 stone sword. That was so much loot, dude. That guy was fucking loaded. He must have been like in the storm or something. Oh shit, are they taking the... Wait, are they taking... Wait, where are they going? We can't even do the castle. Let's just do all the Everjails. I have 4 keys. I wish I could upgrade... I could upgrade my base sword to purple, but I need... a merchant. Well, I need enough money, too. Kind of annoying, actually. Yeah, that Duchess is just off doing her own thing. Only our fucking Duchess was here. Actually, wait. I'm gonna grab this church. All right. I don't think this game is gonna go as well as the last chess. Dude, Duchess is really just living in her own world. That's fine though. I mean, I'm not like, she can do what she wants. Yo, it's the super rise. I don't know if we have time for this, but we just go here. I don't know, you think we're gonna be able to solve this though? I don't think we're getting it, gentlemen. Might be greedy. Might die to the storm. We're okay. Oh, is he permadeath? I think he's cooked. I think she was in the storm for too long, right? I mean, I don't want to leave her, but she can get her souls later. What? Man, I really need to upgrade this thing. Just using this basic ass sword. I mean, I have Chilling Mist on it, which I'm using more. I don't even know, man. Bunch of junk. I can stop at the merchant. I'll stop at the merchant at this castle, I guess. Wait, did I just... Oh, that's... Could do the Everjail. Got another key. Face tank everything. Perfect. Oh look, Duchess is here. One of the buffs can be here, can't it? I think. I don't think it is, though. Loretta. Oh, not upgrading this sword was such a mistake. Like, I mean, it's still good because of the status effect, but... Oh god. Oh, fuck. I forgot to drop. I was gonna drop that for the Duchess and I totally forgot. Although, to be fair, the Duchess has been, like, fucking not even with us the entire time. Oh, Rivers of Blood. Get the buff, I guess. Dude, what is this Duchess doing? Like, she is just living in her own world. She's looking for a specific source. Okay. Yeah, totally. I think she just doesn't really know what's going on. I don't quit. Give me a fucking stagger. Rivers of Blood will be good here. Be able to kill both of these at least. Fucking dual Rivers of Blood, baby. In Moonvale? Oh boy. Well, I'm gonna need more mana, dude. should have taken the repose. I feel like I'm taking no damage at all. Weird. Well, this run is kind of concerning. I mean, Rivers of Blood is good, but I'm not even going to be able to spam the weapon art that much. I don't have enough mana. I do have, like, mana on successive attacks, which is kind of nice, I guess. I'm going to get level 14. Physics are better, though. I'm not using guard counters, but... Actually, you know what? That's fine. That's just you. It's not. I am ready, but... Rot grease? Honestly, I might take that. Unless he wanted it. All right, here we go. I'm gonna try to rot him at the start, I think. I am not feeling particularly confident in this attempt, but... Holy shit, that just chill, girl. Holy shit, dude. Well, I don't know if that was my best ult. Come on, Yami. Keeps fucking teleporting. Oh, they're fighting each other. Well, I have a Wending Grace, but I don't know. This is grim as fuck. He might be able to get me. He's fucking cooked. I want to save Yami, but no. We did it! Woo. Let's go. Oh man. That was that was hard fought. Yeesh. Yo, thank you so much for the raid, Blue. Thank you, man. Oh, that was intense, dude. That actually made me kind of nervous. The Wending Grace saved us, dude. That Iron Eye was actually doing really good. I mean, he went down at the end, but he was doing a lot of damage. He was keeping up the DPS. Honestly, I feel like I didn't have enough mana again. Like I don't know. Probably should have prioritized more Starlight Shards. Why was I one level under? Because I bought the physics instead. Going from level 14 to 15 isn't that big of like a power increase. Roar spam in the ult is good. Oh yeah, gotcha. Honestly, Executor is really, his ult is like so clutch. I mean, you can get kind of destroyed in the ult, but you do have a lot of fucking health. The PoE 2 patch is up. Oh yeah, we definitely need to download the patch. Hold on, let me boot up the launcher. I mean, that worked really well because I did like half of the guy's bar and then I popped the ult. And I could finish off the other guy without like worrying about getting destroyed. He's the PoE king. He probably is. I haven't played that much PoE. I played PoE 2 a decent bit when it came out. Alright, I'm gonna go get some water, chat. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. I don't know what I want to do right now, chat. We don't have too much time. I mean, we could do Donkey Kong Country for a little while before PoE 2. Could also maybe find like some horror game. I mean, we could just do more Night Rain as well, but I don't know. Oh, do we have follower only mode on, by the way? Weird. I feel like you should be able to see that. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, thank you again for the raid, Blue. I hope you had a good stream, man. Welcome, everybody. I'm so excited for Silksong. All shit. What's happening in PoE 2? There's a big new update for PoE 2. There's a fucking bird outside my window, just like on the street, just fucking making these loud ass noises. Well, it's like, I don't know what it is. Let it inside. I don't think I want to. Alright, well, I don't know. Should we do another match? Honestly, I want to play more Night Rain, but I'm also, I don't know. I kind of want to just wait for the new... Kind of just want to wait for the new mode. Try Guardian. Guardian on Libra is so awful. I don't mind doing Guardian solo, but in a team, Guardian is kind of painful. More Revenant. Honestly, Revenant's a lot of fun. I like Revenant. I feel like every time I play Revenant, though, I just end up spamming, like, Frenzy Flame. Would you have played Hell Is Us if not for Silksong? Well, I have a sponsor for Hell Is Us, so I'm still gonna check out the game. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time to play it before Silksong, even if I really like it. Have I eaten lunch? No, God, I should probably get something to eat before the PoE sponsor later. Yeah, I'm gonna get some food. We have the PoE sponsor in like an hour and a half. Alright. No Raider run. I don't know, I just ordered food, chat. And the food's probably gonna get here during the run. So I don't know. It might be better to switch to a different game. Yeah, that bird outside is gonna fucking steal my food. Hey, Wickedly Roses, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you, man. I got some Chinese food. You gotta queue up for PoE 2 about 30 minutes before it launches. Oh yeah? Can you queue up before it launches? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have time to do another Night Rain match because I don't want my food just like sitting outside. And I don't want to like go AFK in the middle of a Night Rain match. This is completely random, but I guess we can start this game. I don't know if we'll end up finishing it, but fuck it. Just do something while I wait for my food. We need Night Rain match or play Hollow Knight. I am waiting for my food. I want to eat. Is it first playthrough? No. Bored with barely any time. I like to fire up Heavy Rain. Listen, I just saw that I had it installed, so I was like, fuck it. Why not? Why not? My last playthrough of this game was like one of the worst playthroughs ever. I think everybody died.
I better take a shower and get dressed before I go downstairs.
Okay. John! John!
Gone shopping. I'll pick the kids up from school at lunchtime, and then I'll come home to get things ready for Jason's birthday party. Don't work too hard. I love you.
Birdie. This is my first playthrough? No. I played this game like fucking 7 years ago or something. Oh. So realistic. I answered the same question twice. Yeah, well, welcome to being a streamer. Faster. Yeah, brush them fucking teeth. So pretty. Oh. That's where I came from. What's that? Balls? Damn, I'm good. You juggle balls first thing in the morning? Hey, more power to you.
I better take a shower and get dressed before I go downstairs.
Oh. Hey, 50 Cal, thank you for the 16 months. Is it a David Cage-esque game? It is a David Cage game. Oh, you can switch camera angles. Where's my clothes? Am I playing on hardest difficulty? Of course. Of course I am. This is my morning routine. Yeah, I juggle my balls. Brush my teeth. Say hi to the bird. So shiny. The end of the railing. Wait, what did it just say? It's gone now. Can I eat? Hmm. Grape. Am I doing it? Hey, Cold Wave, thank you for the 11 months. Nice little cup of coffee. Oh yes, my thoughts. How do I check my thoughts? I already forgot. Maybe I don't have any thoughts right now. Orange juice minigame. Oh yeah.
Nice day outside. Maybe I could squeeze in a little garden time.
Holy shit, this movement is fucking atrocious. Hold on. Alright. My food's here. I'll be right back. Wait, what? Did it? She come home?
Hey, take it easy, you're gonna knock me over. So this is your big day, huh?
Am I grown up now?
10 years old, that's not exactly grown up, but you're getting there.
Now, can I drive your car?
And I think you're gonna have to wait a little while for that.
Ethan, can you please help me?
I'm coming.
They've been so excited since this morning. I could hardly keep them in line in the supermarket. How's your day been? Managed to get any work done? I guess that means no.
Oh, sorry.
Not really. I tried, but I didn't really nail it. I hope I get inspired because we're supposed to be presenting the plans to the client next month.
Ugh, I've got a billion things to do. It'll never be ready before Jason's pals arrive. Can you please help me? There should be plates in the living room cupboard.
No problem, leave it to me.
Living room. Oh.
That door's always sticking. Give it a big tug. That's the set my mother gave us. Be careful, okay?
Don't worry, I wouldn't want to be responsible for a diplomatic incident with your mother.
Oh.
Hey, Ethan! You said you were gonna be careful.
I'm sorry, I'll be more gentle.
Ethan!
I know, I'm being careful.
Ethan!
I know, I'm being careful.
All right, I did it. Ethan. Hey, wait, can you guys tell me when the PoE 2 queues are like are open? Cuz I need to queue. Well, I downloaded the new patch. Oh. This is a first playthrough? No, but honestly, it's been so long since I played this game, I fucking barely remember anything. Didn't even use a ruler. Some people are surprisingly good at drawing straight lines by hand. They are just built different. Game is so memorable. How could you forget? I mean, I remember the memes. I remember the Jason. Jason! Why is my sponsor at 3 and not 2 when the patch is live? I don't know. Are you sure the patch is live at 2?
Ethan.
I don't know if I've already told you this today, Mrs. Mars, but I find you very attractive.
You're not so bad yourself, Mr. Mars.
Wait, I just realized that's what Mr. Oh, no.
Come on, go away.
I
I've
missed
got
the
work to do.
kiss.
When are Jason's friends coming?
Oh, about 2 p.m.? Oh, God, I hope I'll be able to keep the situation under control. Not like last year.
Can I do anything to help?
No thanks. I should be able to manage.
Did you find the present for Jason?
Yeah, I picked it up from the store this morning. Oh, we were lucky. It was the last one in stock.
Jason looks happy.
Yeah. It's hard to believe he's 10 years old today. It seems like only yesterday we were flirting in high school. We're getting old, Ethan.
Damn.
I thought you got that for the kids.
Of course, I'm just checking.
Am I
that it
not
still
allowed to have
works.
fun?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, these chairs at the dinner table are fucking horrible. It's such a nice they got such a nice house and they got these dinky ass chairs. I always hate when I go to a restaurant and the seats are like terrible. There's some like really nice restaurants that have like terrible seats still. I'm just like, why?
I think I'll go outside and play with the kids.
How do I go outside? Oh wait, it's open. Oh my god.
That's it. I'm free as a bird.
Hey, 5 minutes, boys, okay? After that, we've got to eat because your friends are going to be here
Okay,
soon.
we promise, Mom.
Who wants to go first?
Me first!
No,
me
me
first!
I
Easy,
need some
fellas. You'll
premium
both have
chair
a
for my
turn.
ass. True.
Me first! Me first! No, me first! I want to do the helicopter. It's my turn now. It's my turn.
All right, Jason. Let's do the helicopter.
It's my turn now. It's my turn.
Okay, Sean, get ready. Here we go.
All right, how do I get this kid off my shoulders? I don't know what to do. He's stuck. Oh, there we go.
Come on, Dad. Show us how strong you are. Big muscles.
Be careful. Hang on.
What? I failed.
This time you're done for. You're gonna pay for all your crimes, evil one.
Ha! Surrender, weakling. Say your prayers.
Come on, Jason.
That's nothing.
Jason,
It's barely
watch
a
out.
scratch.
Yo!
Attack, attack.
Yo!
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, Jason.
Whoa!
Come on.
We'll let the kids win.
Yeah, Jason. Continue. Yeah, good. Watch out.
Yeah! Ha! Ha!
Go, Jason. Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Whoa! Yo! Yeah! I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah! Ha! Ha!
Food's ready, kids. You coming in?
We're coming!
All right, time to sit here and stare. Stand in front of the window for real vibes? True. Oh, there's a bug.
Sean? Lunch is ready.
I'll go get him.
John? John! John?
Why isn't Sean at the table? He should be around here somewhere.
Oh no, is the bird dead?
Sean? What's up?
It's Merlin. He's dead. He's dead and it's all my fault.
No, it's not, Sean. Of course it's not your fault.
I'd give anything if you could come back to life.
You know, Sean, there's some things which just have to happen. Even if you don't want them to.
It's not fair, Dad. It's not fair.
I know. I know.
Oh shit.
I'd like to have a quick look at some shoes for Sean. Can you watch Jason for a minute? I promise, we won't be long.
Sure, no problem.
Why don't we just go together?
We're not going anywhere, are we, Jason?
Come on, honey.
You actually explored this shop? I feel like I remember this just being cutscenes, I think, but... Oh no, you can.
Jason!
Jason!
Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason! Jason!
Why is he just fucking walking away from me?
Jason! Jason!
Fucking deaf kid. Get back here. Can I sprint?
Jason, you really shouldn't wander off like that, you know? There's an awful lot of people in here.
Please, Dad, can I have one? I would really love to have one. Please, Dad, come on.
You want a clown?
Okay, let's go buy a balloon.
I'm just kidding.
Great!
Hey, champ. What's your name?
Jason,
Which balloon would you like, Jason?
the red one.
Here you go. That'll be $2, sir.
Jason, wait for me. Wait for your dad, son. It's really crowded in here. Keep the change.
It is impossible to try on a pair of shoes with this crowd. Where's Jason?
He was here a second ago. I bought him a balloon. I turned around and he just disappeared.
Disappeared? What do you mean disappeared?
Stay here. I'll go get him. I'll be right back.
You know, Jason's a little shit.
Jason! 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 Jason!
You seen Jason?
Jason! 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 Jason!
Are you in here?
Jason! Jason!
Where's the balloon? Get out of my fucking way, lady.
Jason! Just as long as it doesn't go near the exit. I better take...
Wait, what?
Jason! 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 Jason!
See the balloon. Jason!
Jason!
No! Balloon.
Jason! Jason, God, you really had me scared there. Jason! Jason! Jason!
Holy shit, it's a fucking clusterfuck here. Where'd all these people come from?
Shit!
Dad!
Jason! No!
Jason! Jason! Oh my god.
They never
no.
taught their kid anything.
No, Jason, oh my god, no. No. Oh my god.
Is the PoE 2 queue up, chat? Somebody said it was releasing at 2. It's at 3 o'clock, isn't it? I downloaded the update. Alright, I'm in the queue. 4,200 people. This game got brought on the news for being realistic and so next gen. I mean, that's just the progression of video games though, right? Like, this game was good at the time. It was like one of the first movie type games. I mean, there have been... I shouldn't say the first, but it's... it's one of the first anyways. It's a very ass. I think this game is kind of charming.
Hi, Sean.
My dad.
Can we turn on the radio or something? There's a car driving by. Quite the black screen. Did the game crash? Oh, no, it just took a really long time. I do have PoE 2 running in the background, so maybe that's part of it, part of the reason why. Am I gonna kill everyone? Well, on my first playthrough, everyone basically died. Mainly because I was really bad at getting the QTEs. Because I played on hardest difficulty. I'm also playing on hardest difficulty this time, but this time I'm gonna be better. Let's watch the TV with our son. Why don't you sit farther away? What? You been watching any TV shows lately, chat? I've been watching Alien Earth. It's pretty good. Does anime count? Sure. Thought Alien Earth was ass. I don't know, I've been enjoying it. But I'm also a big Alien fan, so that might be part of the reason why. I've played fucking Alien Isolation like so many times.
Sean, do you want to do your homework now?
Please, Dad, let me watch TV a little while longer. We'll do it later, okay?
Now.
I think we should just get right to it. Then it's done and out of the way.
You can watch
Now,
TV
get
as
your
much as
bag
you
and
want.
Get set up in the kitchen. I'll help you.
$5.08. Him do his homework. Yeah, I mean, he'll be okay. Gone. 4:30 snack. Hey, God Drogon, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, buddy. Thank you very much, dude.
Grace has Sean this weekend. Seems like he can't wait to get back to his mother. Time for a snack. Maybe Sean is hungry.
Alright. What do we got as a snack? Gonna give him the beer? I guess the snack. Wait, what? What?
Dad, I'm finished. Can I go watch TV?
Damn, that was fast. Fucking shake it, man. Why am I even drinking this again? I don't want orange juice. Can I? How do I talk to him? Oh, thank you for the bits, Drogon. Thank you, man.
Let me have a look.
Oh, we're checking it.
Pretty good. Looks like you're done. Off you go.
You used to watch your mom play this on the PS3. I want to get my parents to try to play Dark Souls. Not like the full game, but... Honestly, though, I think the biggest issue with people who haven't like done much gaming is controlling the camera. Or parents? Well, okay, dude. It's not. Just like see, you know, just see if they can beat the asylum demon or something. Out of all games, you decided Dark Souls? Well, my parents know that I play Dark Souls. Yeah, I'm already in the queue. Hey, It Thing, thank you for the Prime sub. The Origami Killer. What happened to Donkey Kong Country? Nothing. I just ended up playing this game because I wanted to eat my food. There's a lot of cutscenes. Confirmed flushed. Yeah, maybe. Well, I want to play more. Class am I playing in PoE 2? I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet. I should probably figure that out. No flush. Not washing hands. Fine. Sands are fine. Yeah, I beat the Lion King.
Hey, stop messing around or I'll never be able to film you.
What do you want me to do?
Depression,
I don't
the
know.
game.
Oh, yeah, Jason, tell me what you want to be when you grow up.
Now, Jason's fine.
I don't know. Maybe a fireman or an astronaut. Oh, wait, I know. I'll be a dinosaur hunter.
I'll make video games.
And here's the most beautiful mother in the whole wide world.
Oh, Ethan, stop. Don't film me. You know I don't like it.
Hey, Dad, film me. I'll show you how fast I can run.
Yeah, me too, Dad. I can run really fast too.
Yeah, I hope you feel better, Drogon. Thank you again for the bits and the subs, dude.
It's dinner time. I'd better make something for Sean.
Okay, let's go back downstairs. I don't understand. What am I supposed to frickin' make? All I can do is the beer and the... Yeah, maybe we need to ask him what he wants.
Do you want me to get your dinner?
Oh yeah, I'm really hungry.
Okay, I'll go see what I can find. I'll call you when it's ready.
Pizza or chicken, chat? I'll do the pizza. Both.
You can come now, Sean. Your meal is ready.
We're just giving him one
coming.
piece. Yeah, this is juggling again. What is it with this guy and juggling?
Hey, Dad, I didn't know you could juggle.
I haven't tried it in a long time.
Do you think you could teach me too?
Sure. I'll show you if you like.
The part-time clown. I'm gonna go stand in the rain. The heavy rain. Oh. I wasn't sure if the music was gonna play again. Alright, well, I'm not...
So, you wanna talk a little?
Talk about what?
I don't know, about you, your friends, how things are going.
Nothing special.
What do you say we play together for a while?
I'd rather watch TV.
Okay.
It's Sean's bedtime. He's happy watching TV. Might as well leave him there for a bit.
Oh, he seems kind of tired, actually.
How are things at school? Is your teacher nice?
Everything's fine, Dad.
Come on, Sean. It's time for bed.
I'm not tired yet. Can I stay up a little longer?
All right, we'll wait a little before going to bed. But don't say anything to your mother, okay?
Anything else on the TV? Oh.
Come on, Sean. It's time for bed.
I'm not tired yet. Can I stay up a little longer?
All right, we'll wait a little before going to bed. But don't say anything to your mother, okay? Come on, Sean. It's time for bed.
I'm not tired yet. Can I stay up a little longer?
Now, that's not very reasonable, is it? You have school tomorrow. You have to get some sleep.
This is
All
great
right, I'm
gameplay.
going.
Thank you.
Are you coming with me?
Go brush your teeth and put on your pajamas. I'll come up.
Okay. I guess there's nothing we can do here. Dude, the controls are so bad. They're so bad. We wait for Sean. Sean? Wait, what?
Good night, Sean.
My teddy! I haven't got my teddy, Dad!
You must have left it somewhere in the house. Do you have any idea where it could be?
No, Dad.
What's up, Demon?
Please, I can't sleep without him.
All right, I'll have a look around and see if I can find it, okay?
Too bad. And I'll try to. I'm gonna be nice, okay? I think it's downstairs. Have I drank the beer? No. How much can I drink? Oh. All finished. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, we saw it before. Forgot, though. The empty bottle back in the fridge. That is true. I guess if it was empty, that would be kind of weird, wouldn't it? No, there's lights. I just don't have it on. Good night. Slams the door. Buddy? It's such a random cutscene. Well, I have PoE 2 running in the background right now because I'm in Q chat, so that might be part of the reason why it was lagging. I don't know.
Lauren Winter. Ring any bells?
Nope, can't say it does. Oh, that Lauren Winter. Third floor, last door on the left at the end of the corridor.
Third floor and a corridor. $5. That was easy. Hey, it was a different time, man. All right. Anybody in these rooms, though? We're not even on the 3rd floor, though. Or, wait, no, I guess.
Lauren
I
Winter.
guess we are.
Sorry, I only see clients by appointment. It's $50. I don't kiss and I don't do any weird shit.
Fine by me.
Put your money on the table. You got exactly 10 minutes. When the alarm rings, it's over, okay? You should take your clothes off. We ain't got all day.
Actually, I'm not a customer.
Shit, a cop. I should've known. What you want, a freebie? Is that it?
My name is Scott Shelby. I'm a private detective. The families of the victims of the Origami Killer asked me to investigate the murders. I came here just to ask you some questions about Johnny.
I already told the police all I know and I have nothing to add. Leave me alone.
I understand, Lauren. I know what you're going through.
Oh yeah? You know what it feels like to find your own son's body on a wasteland? I'm sorry, I don't believe you have the slightest idea what I'm going through, Mr. Shelby.
Well,
The killer is walking around free as we speak. He'll kill again if he's not arrested.
My Johnny's dead, so what difference does it make?
I bought 10 minutes of your time, didn't I? All I ask is that you use that time to answer some questions.
You want to pay me to tell you about my son? Is that it? You can buy my body, Mr. Shelby, but my son is not for sale. Get out of here. Get the fuck out!
well, that didn't go very well. What am I doing?
Well, if you remember anything,
Oh,
the smallest detail, give me a call.
Goodbye. Sorry.
Lauren! Lauren, open up, baby. It's me.
Troy, what are you doing here? I already told you I don't want to see you anymore.
Sorry, Dal. but I really wanted to see ya. What do you want, asshole?
Lauren, is everything all right?
She's just swell. Now beat it, loser! You again? If you're looking for trouble, you found it. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Oh!
I'm doing it.
Troy, stop or I call the cops! Troy, I will call the cops!
Oh. No. No, what do you mean? Dude, I'm not. I'm doing it.
I'll see you again, asshole.
Are you alright?
Better than him, I guess. Who is he?
An ex-client who thinks he owns me. He was getting violent and I told him I didn't want to see him anymore.
Well, you should be careful. He'll probably be back. Sorry about the mess.
Mr. Shelby,
Yeah.
thanks.
Oh, hey, Dumb Genius, thank you for the 30-month resub. Yeah, I'm like 4,000 in queue. Is it loading or? I'm not sure what class I'm gonna play. Dude, what is with the loading times in this game? That's on an SSD. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like PoE in the main menu shouldn't use that much resources now. This game's also capped to 60 FPS.
The zone is sectioned off, sir. Please step back.
Agent Norman Jaden, FBI.
You got a badge or something, Mr. Jaden?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Check. You can pass.
I'm looking for Lieutenant Blake. Is he around?
I saw him arrive earlier. He's here somewhere.
Thanks.
What's up, Mike? Thank you for the 27 months. Yeah, I played this game a long time ago. Like, yeah, I don't know how long ago. You'd have to check my Twitch tracker. Might even be before those websites, like before the tracking data was there. I don't know.
Reporters. Already. Huh. They seem well informed. Goddamn rain. Hasn't stopped pouring since I arrived. I'm really gonna love it here. God, my hands are trembling. I gotta keep my act together. At least for now.
How far down can I go? I'm just exploring, chat. I thought maybe I could, like, talk to the reporters or something, but... Nope.
Video memo recording, Agent 47023, Norman Jaden, Tuesday, October 4th, 2011. Time is 8:14 a.m. Unrelated to the investigation.
I'm looking for Lieutenant Carter Blake. Thanks.
See him.
Lieutenant Blake? I'm Agent Norman Jaden from the FBI. I went by your office this morning. They told me you'd be here.
Now, if you're looking for rain, dead bodies, and highways, you come to the right place. Mike, will you tell that asshole with the bulldozer to stop for 5 minutes? I can't hear myself think here.
Right away, Lieutenant.
Well, are you coming, Jaden?
So, what happened?
Some guy taking his dog for a piss found a body about 6 o'clock this morning. We don't know much more right now. Based on what we've seen, looks like the work of the Origami Killer.
Has the time of death been established?
Based on the rigor mortis, must be less than 6 hours
What's up,
ago.
Blanks?
We should know more once the coroner has had a look. Any news on the coroner? He's on his way, Lieutenant. We've been waiting for an hour, for fuck's sake.
There are a lot of people on the crime scene. Aren't you afraid your men might destroy some clues?
You don't find proof sitting behind a desk. We're not in the habit of trampling things into the ground, even if we're not in the FBI.
No, of course not. That's not what I meant. Do we know the cause of death?
There are no marks on the body. Chances are he was drowned, like the others. Tony, I don't want to see a single shit-stirring journalist within a mile of here. You got it?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Do you have any leads?
My men are going over the scene with a fine-tooth comb. If the killer left anything behind, we'll find it.
Yeah, it's been like 10 years since I played this game as well, Blinks.
Any witnesses?
None yet. Given the neighborhood, I'd be surprised if anybody saw anything. Listen, I'm a little busy here. Why don't we discuss all this a little later, back at the office?
Oh, no problem. I understand. Do you mind if I have a look around?
Be my guest. Hey, Jaden, you come and see me if you find anything, okay? We're on the same team now.
Back to scanner mode. Oh. What's that?
Harry County. Sample of no interest. Comes from one of the policemen present on the wasteland.
LA Noire. You know, I never actually beat LA Noire. I should play that sometime.
Some orchid pollen. The concentration of pollen in the air is quickly decreasing because of the rain, but it gets higher in the direction of the body. Airy comment. The pollen particles disappear in the tall grass. It's probably the end of the trail. Airy comment. Traces of blood on the railroad track. The blood report indicates an advanced and long-lasting state of exhaustion.
There's a glitch on the final mission. Oh yeah? Hey Tiki.
Footprints continue just after the pollen trail. There's a good chance that they're the killers.
God, I'm so slow.
Harry, comment, sample of no interest. Comes from one of the policemen present on the wasteland.
Well, hopefully I collected enough evidence. I don't know.
Blood on the tracks. But where did it come from? Strange character, that Blake. Didn't seem too pleased to see me. The body is still here. There's a railroad track near where the body was left. Same as all the other victims. The body is still here. Way too many people here. They're trampling all over the crime scene.
Where's the body? Is it in the...
Harry, comment. The victim is lying on his back. No visible signs of violence. Superficial wound on the right thigh. Blood analysis suggests it could be post-mortem. Probably a scratch that occurred when the body was being moved. Small wound on the right thigh. And the blood is the same as on the tracks. An orchid was placed on the victim's chest. A small origami figure in the right hand. Fingers were probably closed after the time of death. The victim is Jeremy Bowles, declared missing 5 days ago. See reference file. Impressive. Seems the only traces the killer left are those he intended to leave.
I'm heading back to the office. You staying?
No, I've seen enough.
I'm leaving.
I'm leaving too.
It's time to go. I don't know what class I want to do for PoE 2. My first playthrough, I did horrible. I failed like all the QTEs and everyone died. I think I got like the worst ending possible.
Don't think, Ethan. Give me the first idea that pops into your head.
A bat. A wolf's head.
All right, well, hopefully the game made a save, because we do need to switch over to PoE. Although I guess, well, I don't know how long the queue is going to take. I'm like 4,000 in the queue. I feel like it should be pretty quick. So, just gonna, I don't know when it last saved. I think we're good. I think the shrink, yeah, it's saved. All right, nice. All right. We could continue with Heavy Rain tomorrow. I don't think it's that long of a game, so I would be down to continue it. But yeah, we're gonna switch over to PoE 2.